Hi everyone and welcome to this tutorial on creating a simple spell system with blueprints in Unreal Engine. In this series, I'll guide you through the process of building a robust spell system that includes a hotbar and a spellbook. But before we start, let me demonstrate what you'll end up with once we're done. Down here, we have a hotbar that goes from 1 to 9. Furthermore, we have a spellbook that we can open with the tab button. And by clicking one of these spells in our spellbook and hitting the 1 key, we can add the spells to our hotbar down here. After we added them to our hotbar, we can select them with 1 to 9 and fire them with left mouse button. The spells, at least the projectile spells, will always follow our mouse, and AoE spells will spawn at our mouse and leave a little red AoE indicator for us. Furthermore, I created a learning stone over here, and with this stone you will be able to add spells to your spellbook. It's a really simple setup, but let's look into our spellbook here, and if we go close to the stone we will gain another spell and another one. Now you can add this to NPCs, books, or whatever else you can think of in your game. Before we dive in, I want to address an important aspect of this tutorial, and that is casting. In this series, I'll be making extensive use of casting. Now, casting is generally something you want to avoid as much as possible, unless you really know what you're doing. It can introduce efficiencies and potential bugs if not handled properly. However, in our specific case, every cast will be within an enclosed system, specifically from the player to the HUD and the game instance. This controlled use of casting ensures that our approach remains efficient and manageable. So, with that clarification out of the way, let's get started. As you can see, I have a very basic project setup here. I use the top-down template, but you can use whatever character or template you want. They should all work for this project. Then I created a level like this, just an empty basic level, and I named it example map. Then I imported the icons folder. Link is in the video description. Just drag it in and import it with the standard settings. And I added the FX variety pack from the marketplace. This pack is free and it will serve as our foundation for all these builds. Link in the video description as well for you. Alright, so the first thing we want to do is we want to create a new folder, and let's call it spell system. And I like to color my folders, and if you want to do the same, just right click, set color, and yeah, there you can pick a color. I just do this for it helps me keep organized. All right, in here, let's create a new folder, and let's call that UI elements. Inside here, we want to create a new user interface widget blueprint, and we call this one WB Spellhut, like this. Let's open it up. And the first thing we want to do in here is we want to add a canvas panel, like so. The canvas panel will keep all our UI elements on screen and in the correct relation. So next we want to add a horizontal box on top of the canvas panel. Now we will also want a size box, and the size box will hold all our spells. So let's add that here. And we will also want the image, and this one will be the icon for our spells, like that. All right. So first, let's resize this a little bit here. Now let's click on our image, and under brush, we pick one of our icons. Uh, let's see. Let's go for, I don't know. Let's go for Fireball, just for visualization. There we go. Now we need to scale this up a little bit under Transform. And let's see how it looks. Hmm. All right. After we scaled it up, we need to set a padding to the right. And the padding is basically responsible for keeping a few empty spaces in between the boxes so they don't overlap. Let's reset the pivot here so it's centered again. And let's give it padding to the right of, I don't know, maybe 75. Now let's copy paste the box. And that was a little bit too much. All right. It also looks a little bit small. I think we should size this up a little bit more. Let's increase the box size, and now from the size box we go into transform and we scale it up a little bit. Like so. All right. I think that's a little bit better. Now we have to rename our image as well. I almost forgot that. Just name it image. You will see in a second why. Let's go back to our size box, rename this one to size box as well, and make sure it's a variable, like so. Now let's set another padding. Let's change that down a little bit to maybe, let's see, 60. Copy paste, yeah, that looks all right. Now we will have to copy paste our size box 9 times, or better 8 times now. Let's anchor this down here. Let's reset the position, like so. All right. Now, whoops, nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Now, how you place this element on your screen is completely up to you. What we have to do is we have to have 9 size boxes that will hold all our icons. And whoops, I messed up. Let me, 1 second. I just copy paste the first one 8 times, like so. All right, much better. All right. Let's increase the size here. Let's place it here. And yeah, as I said, you can place this wherever you want. This is completely up to you. Like, just move it around and play a little bit with the sliders until you're happy. I will be right back with you guys when I have done that. Welcome back. Now, before we can continue with this one here, we will have to set up a few more blueprints. So let's close this one down here for now. Go back. Let's create a new folder here and let's call it blueprints, like so. And in here, we want to create a new blueprint class of type object. Now, an object is basically a structure, a class that holds data. It doesn't have any visual representation, but it can store the data for us, and it will store all our data for our spells. All right. Furthermore, we will need a game instance. So let's right click here. Let's create a new blueprint class. And let's type in here under our classes game instance. Now we take this one, open it up. And now we call this one, whoops. Now we call this one a BP underscore, or let's just call it game instance master. There we go. Now let's open up our U object first. And our U object will hold all our variables for us, like spell name, damage, and so forth. So let's create a new variable and call this one spell name, like so. Let's change the type to string. And let's create another one. And we call this one damage of type integer. All right, compile, save. Now, you can add all kinds of variables here, like mana costs or cooldown or whatever you want. For now, we will just need our spell name and our damage. So I will remove these two. And we will need another one, and this one will be our image. And this one will be of type image. Or no, let's go better for texture 2D. Like so, object reference. Right. Now, after we've done that, let's open up our game instance. Now, the game instance is a special kind of blueprint. Um, the game instance is persistent in between levels, and we can access it from every other blueprint. That's why it's such a convenient way of handling code. In a multiplayer game, you will have to watch out for network replication, but since this is for a single player game, we can put all our stuff into the game instance without a problem. Okay, so the very first thing we have to do in here is we have to map all our spells. And to do that, let's create a new variable. And this variable will hold all our spell objects that we will construct in a second. So let's change the name to all spells. And the type will be UO underscore spell. And we need an object reference. And now we have to turn this into an array like so. Compile, save. And let's create another one. And we call this one learned spells, like so. And then we will need another one for our hotbar. So add plus. And this one we call hotbar spells. So after we've done that, we create a new function here. Let's hit the little plus button. And we call this one map all spells, like so. Let's just drag off the execution pen here. And let's do construct object from class, like so. And the thing we want to construct is our spell U object. So type in UO underscore spell, and we pick this one. Now, in order to gain access to all the variables, we have to open up our U object spell. And now we make all of these exposed on spawn and public. Let's click the little eye symbols here, compile, save. Now in our game instance, if we refresh the node, we can set all of these variables that we set up before. So connect this here. Now we need to get all spells, like so. And then we want to add unique from this, like so. And we want to add the just created spell object to it. Now just fill out all the variables here. Like this will be a fireball with a damage of, let's say, 10. And let's pick the correct image here, like so. And yeah, we will have to do this for all our spells. And it will be pretty much the same every time. So I will do this off screen and I'll be right back with you guys. Welcome back. And as you can see, I just copy paste this node 8 times and I filled everything out. Make sure you have the name correctly. For this tutorial, I will leave the damage from all our spells at 10. And well, yeah. Make super sure that the names are correct, because we will use them later for all kinds of stuff. So be 100% sure the names are correct. All right, let's comment this out. Just select all of this and hit the C button. Let me resize this a little bit, like so. All right. Now let's create a new function and call this one set learn spells. In the previous function, we mapped all our spells into the array. And now we need another array, our learn spells array, to hold all the spells that our character actually knows. All the spells that will be displayed in our spellbook. And we will also need another array with the names of the spells. And the reason why we need another array is because we cannot directly differentiate between the spells that we created and the array that we have here. So let's duplicate this and let's call it learn spell strings, and let's turn that into a string array. Compile, save. All right. Let's click on the array and we have to add 3 values here. And this will be the name of our spells. Make sure it's exactly the same, so best is to just copy paste it over there. All right, let's see. I think I can just stay in my map all the spells. Yeah, I can. Okay, copy paste all the spells over here. And this will be our starter spells. We will start with these spells learned and already in our spellbook. After we've done that, let's open up our set learn spells again. And in here, we want to get all our spells like so. And now we loop through all of them with a for each loop. Let's connect it like this. Now we want to, so what we're going to do is we loop through all our spells and that we mapped here, and we check if our learned spells array with the strings already contains the name of the spell. Contains item. Like so. Now let's do a branch. And if it contains the item, we want to add it to our learned spells array, like so, with our add unique. There we go. All right, let's hook that up here. All right, now let's create a new function, and we call it add new spell. Now we click on our function and we add a new input and we call spell name, like so, and we make it to the type of string. First, we want to get our learned spells, like so, and now we want to check if the item that we want to add is already inside that array. And we do that by just dragging off here, and then we ask for contains item. And then we just do a branch, so if the added spell is already in our learned spells, let's start with is not. So we get our array, and if it's not, we add a unique, like so, and hook that up here. All right. So whenever we're trying to add a spell, we check if our array already contains it, and if not, we just add it to our learned spells array. Pretty simple stuff so far. From here, we will also need to call our set learned spells like so. All right, let's open up our set learned spells. And all I'm going to do in here is I will beautify this a little bit and set comments. And I'll be right back with you guys when I have done that. Welcome back. And as you can see, I just placed a few comments. It's generally a good idea to place comments everywhere just to keep organized. All right, let's create our spellbook. So let's go into our UI elements folder and let's create a new user interface widget blueprint here. Like so. And we call this WB underscore spellbook. And let's open it up. And in here, we place a canvas panel, like always, like so. And now we also want a border, like so. And this border will hold our spellbook image. So let's scale it up a little bit, place it in the middle. And once again, first of all, let's change the image to our spellbook, like so. And I'll be right back after I've scaled this up and set it in place. See ya in a second. Now, we have to also add a wrap box this time. And we just add it on top of our canvas panel. And this will be responsible for holding all our spells, our spell icons. Let's After you've scaled it up and set it in place, let's rename this to spell page and make sure it's a variable, like so. All right. Now you could also If you don't want to see the game world in the background, you could add a border, and you could add your own background images. You could make it completely black, or maybe make it a little bit translucent if you increase the opacity. That's completely up to you guys. We will leave it like it is now. Now, we need to create another widget, and this will be our spell slot. So let's create a new user widget blueprint, like so, and we call this WB underscore spell slot. Like so, let's open it up. Will be so in here. Let's first add a canvas panel. Now a size box, like so, and let's also add a image on top of the size box, like so. And the image will be once again our fireball. So let's change that to fireball, like so. Now let's scale it up a little bit and put it in place. All right, reset the pivot so it's centered. Okay, let's go to the graph. So this widget will be responsible for holding our spells and the spell object attached to it. It should also react to a click. Like if we click it, we want that it lights up. And if we press 1 to 9 afterwards, we want to add it to our hotbar spells. All right, back in our spellbook. Let's go inside the graph. And in here, we can delete this one and this one. We don't need it. We will probably need the event construct. So let's keep that for now. And in here, let's create or in here, let's get game instance, like so. Now let's cast to our game instance master, like so. Cast to game instance master. And since we know that this cast will always succeed, we can convert it to a pure cast. So right click and convert to pure. You only want to do this if you're 100% sure that the cast will succeed. And we know for a fact that the game instance will always be there, because if the game instance crashes, the whole game would crash. So, but use this with caution. All right. Now, from here, we want to get all our learned spells, like so. And now we want to do a for each loop. And on event construct, we loop through all our spells, through all our learned spells that we have. And for each one of them, let's get our spell page here, like so. And for each one of these, we want to construct the object from class. And the object will be our just created WB spell slot. There we go. And for outer, we use our spell page. All right, compile and save. Now let's take a look at the designer. So what we're doing with the code is we will be adding the WB spell slots into the wrap box. So let me just add a size box in here just for visualization, and an image on top of it. Now, let's change this to Fireball, like so, and scale this a little bit up. Oh, maybe it's okay like this. Hmm. We will probably not get it the exact same anyway, so just for now, let's scale it up a little bit so that we just understand what's going on in the code. All right, 2, 0 here. Let's reset the pivot, like so. Okay. Now we will also need a padding. So let's add a padding to the right, like so. Let's go for 75. And that was a little bit too much. Let's decrease that. Let's say 50. That's better. Still a little bit much though. Let's go for 40. And yeah, that's okay. All right, so to the right, we need a padding of 40. We have to remember that in a second. So after our construct WB spell slot, we will want to add them as children to our spell page. So we're adding the spell slots, we're constructing the WB spell slots, and we're adding them as children to our spell page. That's how this whole thing will work. Now in here, we will need a new variable, and we have to call this spell object, like so. And we have to make it of type UO, whoops, sorry, UO underscore spell object reference, like this. Compile and save, make it public. And let's go back to our spellbook. Now, what we want to do in here is we want to set the image of the WB spell slots to the one of our array element here. To drag off here, and we have to say set spell object first. Like so. Now we get our spell page, and from here we say add child to wrapbox, like so. And let's take the return of our construct here because we want to add this as a child to our wrapbox, to our spell page, like so. Let me just rearrange this a little bit. There we go. All right, plugged it in here, compile and save. From here, we want to set padding. Let's split the struct pin here, like so. And I think it was 40 to the right. Yeah, let's go for 40. Let's get our array element. Then we get the spell image. And we want to replace the image of our WB spell slot with the image from our array element that we pulled out of our game instance. So let's first rename the image here to spell image or maybe better spell image spell slot so we can differentiate better. Okay, let's go back to our spellbook. And in here we get our spell slot image now. And now we just want to replace them. So we drag off here and we say set brush from texture, like so. And we use the one from our array element. Let's plug it in, beautify it a little bit. Like so. Compile and save. And what is this? That's an odd one. I have no clue what caused it, but if I just recreate the node, it works for whatever reason. So, okay. Unreal bitching around again, I guess. Let's replace this. And we should be good for now. So what we're doing in here is, as soon as we construct our spellbook, we loop through all our learned spells in our game instance. And for each spell that we find, we construct a spell slot widget. And then we set the spell object from our spell slot to the one from our game instance. And at last, we just switch out the images. Compile and save. Next, we want to create a new custom event. So right click and custom event like so. And we call this one update spellbook. And in this function, or in this event, we'll do pretty much everything like down below here. So let's copy and paste everything. Let's connect this up. Convert this to a pure. Now we will also want another array in our game instance for our spellbook spells, so that we can check if our learned spells are already in our spellbook spells. So let's open up our game instance. And in here, we create a new variable, or let's just duplicate this one. Spellbook. Let's put them all in a category, so it's a little bit more organized here. Just drag and drop them in. Okay. Compile and save. Now let's go into our add learned spells function, and let's add an input here. And we call this spellbook question mark, and we make this of type boolean. Now, after we add a new spell, we ask if, so let's add a branch here. If spellbook is true, and if not, we just do our other stuff. But if it is true, we want to add the input spell into our spellbook spells array. So we get our array here, and now we say add unique. Let's hook that up and plug the spell name in. like so. Now back in our spellbook, we now want to add the add new spell function back here at the end. And to do that, we need our game instance again. So let's just copy paste the whole thing here, make this a pure. Now we just say, we drag off the game instance and we say add new spell, like so, hooked it up here, and toggle spellbook. And for the name, we will need our spell name from the array element, like so. Now let's move this down a little bit. And up here, we just, in the loop body, we want to check if the spell, our array element, get the spell name here, is already in our spellbook spells. Because how it's currently set up, it will be not. At least not when we start the game, so yeah. So we drag off this, and then we say equal string, and let's connect it here, and hook it up to the branch. And only if that's false, we want to update our spellbook, sorry, and add it at the end. So we copy paste all of this down here, hook this up, and for the spell name, we take this one. Let's copy paste that here, hooked it up to our array element, just like we did down below, like so. Convert this to a pure, compile and save. And that should be everything for right now, at least. I'm gonna clean this up and I'll be back in a second. As you see, I just beautified everything. Haven't changed anything. So, what do we do next? The next thing should be our player character. So let's go to our player character. Use whatever character you have. I use our top-down character. All right, and inside here, we need a event begin play. So when our game starts, we want to add our HUD to the screen. That's what we always want to do. So we create widget, and what widget do we want? We want our be spellhut, like this. Now let's promote this to a variable and call it spellhutref, like so. And then we add it to the viewport. All right, let's try it out. All right, it works. Perfect. Now next we want to add our spellbook when we hit tab, for example, or I, or whatever you want. So let's do that next. First, we need a new input mapping, and they should be in here. Yes, they are. Let's just duplicate this one, and let's call it IA open spellbook. Let's open this up and see if there's anything in there. No. Okay, perfect. Let's minimize that. Let's go in here in our IMC defaults. Now on the mappings, we hit the little plus button here to add our just created mapping. And we call this open spellbook. Now we set a key for it. I will use the tab key. And now inside, you can add all kinds of triggers, like you just have to look through all of them and pick whatever you want. Whatever you want, how your code should behave. For our case, we don't need any. All right, let's close that, go back. Now we take our input action, open spellbook, like so. And as soon as we start it, we want to create widgets, like so. Now let's promote that to a variable, and we call this spellbook HUD. And now let's select our widget first. Spellbook. Now all we have to do is, whenever we press our tab button, we want to check if our spellbook already exists. And if it does, now let's check our spell. Let's check our spellbook HUD. And what do we want to do here? Whenever we press the tab button, we want to check if our spellbook is already open. This should never be the case because we will set the input when we have our spellbook open only to our UIs, but anyways, we just do it for good measure. It increases the robustness of your code if you do error handling like this, even if you know that you don't need it. Maybe you need it later. So we can do this by, there are a few ways how we can do this. One of the ways is we drag off here, we check is valid, and then take this one on started, we check if it is valid. If it is valid, it means that we already created it, so it already exists. If it's not valid, it means it's closed. But we don't need to do this. We just right click our spellbook HUD here, and we convert it to a validated get. And this is pretty much the same that a isValid node would do. So on started, we check if this one is valid, and if it's not valid, we create it. All right, owning player, our get player controller, and player 0, and the player controller is our owning player. Now we add it to the viewport. Add to viewport, like so. All right. Now we set the input mode. Whoops. We set the input mode to UI only for our player controller player 0. And we want to focus our spellbook HUD. Oh yeah, we have to go in our spellbook, into our designer, click on our spellbook self, and now we have to type in here focusable. Uh, oh, I should put it in the search bar. Is focusable, and we have to check this, or otherwise this will not work. All right. Now let's create a custom event here, and we call this close spellbook. So now just plug this in like so. Let me move this down a little bit like so. All right. Now when we call this event, we just want to hide our spellbook. So in Unreal Engine, you can destroy, or better, you can't destroy. You can remove from parent, and then you could plug the spellbook in right this, and this would remove our widget from our viewport. But the problem is it will still exist. So if we would do it like this, and every time we close it and open it again, we would create a new spell widget, a spellbook widget. And this would trash our RAM. So what we should instead is set visibility from our spellbook HUD like this, and we set it to hidden. That's all we have to do. And just change the input mode again to, whoops. Oh, sorry, not UI only. We want to set it to set input mode UI and game. And we want to focus our spell HUD like so. And we can already try this out and see if it works. I hit tab and it works. Perfect. Of course, I can close it because we have not set it yet, but we're in a good way. All right. What's your problem? Something invalid. Oh, of course. Yeah, of course. Because we hit the tab button again and it can never work. Of course. Okay. All right. We will have to set our game instance. We haven't done that yet. In our project settings and maps and modes. advanced, or not advanced, where's our game instance? Here. And there we add our game instance master that we created earlier. All right. Let's try it again. In here, we will have to call set learned spells, like so. So, okay. And now our spellbook should at least display 3 icons. Let's see. No. Why? Let's see. Let's see. Game instance. Oh, of course, we never map all our spells. So what we'll have to do is on our event begin play in our player, we cast to, no, first we get game instance. Get game instance, then we cast to game instance master, like so, convert this to a pure cast, like so. And then we say map all spells. All right. And this should work now, like it is. I think. Let's see. Yes. Okay. Yeah. These two are from the icons that we already had in the wrap box, so we have to remove them. And we have to reduce the padding a little bit. Oh, and we need a padding for bot as well. Oh, that's okay. Let's see. Let's go into our spellbook. Now, first of all, we remove these two. We just use them for visualization purposes. Alright, and now we need less padding to the right, so let's say 15 maybe, and a lot of padding to the bottom. So let's go with 20. Let's see how that looks. Looks alright. Now, of course, we can see how the padding to the bot looks because I haven't added that many spells yet, but it should be alright. If not, well, you always have to fiddle around a little bit with these settings until you have the settings that you like. So, yeah. Alright. I will beautify this blueprint for a moment again, and I'll see you in it. Okay. Now, let's add a little bit of functionality to everything. We want, let me show you for a second. If we click our spell in our spellbook, I want it to light up green. And then, depending on what button on my keyboard I press, I want it to either add it to our hotbar down here, or if I press a non-numerical button, I want to remove the border and make the button stop listening for inputs. All right, let's do that. So let's open our spell slot. Let's remove this and this and this as well. Save. Let's see. First, we go into the designer and we add a little border here. Border. And we call this one. We just add it onto our canvas panel. Scale it up so that it fits the picture. And then we call this one here selection border. Like so. We make it to a variable. And then we set its color on the brush color to something green is probably the best for this. You can set it to whatever you want, whatever you like the most. Now we look for opacity. Now we pull this down a little bit. Like so. Now we have to make it hidden by default. Oh, visibility is hidden. All right. Now, inside here, what we want to do? First, we want to override our first. We will also need a button. I'm sorry, I forgot that. Let's add a button as well. Whoops, not button. I want a button. There. Jesus, I'm sorry. All right, button. There we go. We add this one to our canvas panel as well. We scale it up. Now, this is a little bit cheaty, but it's easy. So let's do it. Now we set its opacity to 0 and its Z order we set to something very high so that it will always be on top. Like 42. Compile and save this. All right. Now, inside here, let me just rename the button to spell button. All right. Now, whenever we press this button on pressed, we add a new boolean here and we call it listening. Listening for input. We make this into a boolean. And we set it to true when we press the button. Then we grab our selection border and set its visibility to visible. Now let's create a custom event down here. And we call this hide selection border. And we also want to make sure that this widget is focusable. And then we want to add a new event on focus lost. Where do we have it? Here, on focus lost. We set listening for input to false, here and here. And then we set its visibility to hidden. All right. Now we want to create an override for our on mouse button down. Let's move this over here, break the pin, and let's say handled here, like so. This just tells the engine that we handled the event when we press a mouse button. Or maybe even better, as a matter of fact, we can do this with the button as well. We don't even have to make the override. I'm sorry, just delete this and the override, delete. Now, when we press the button, we just want to look if we're listening. And if that's the case, then we want to do the stuff down here. Let's remove like this. All right. All right. Now let's make an override here for on key button down. This one we will need for sure. So on key down, where we have it here. Let's break this pin. Let's say handled back here. There we go. Now, if we press a key while our widget has focus and is listening, so let's drag this in first. If we are listening for input, we get our key. Now we get the display name, like so. And now we want to create an array. And we call this 129. And it's an array of type name. Compile, save. Now, in this array, we need to just add the letters 1 to 9, the numbers 1 to 9, 1. Whoops. Oh, I should turn it an array. Array. There we go. Compile it. Now we can set it. 1, 2, 3, 9. There we go. First one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. Now, whenever this widget has focus, whenever we press the button, we check what key we press afterwards with this one here. And now we check if 129 contains this item here, which is the key that we will press. Wait, what's this? Oh, this is text. Oh, sorry. Just change this to text. Like so. Oh, one sec. Let's remove them first. And now let's change it to text. There we go. Get 129 contains item. And if it does, it means we pressed 1 to 9. If it doesn't, we just say hide selection border, because if we press any other letter than 1 to 9, we want the spell to deselect. Like so. Oh, whoops, we need another branch here. Like so. All right. Now up here, we want to just copy paste our return node and the handled here. Good enough. And whenever we are listening and we're hitting the button 1 to 9, we want to update our HUD. All right. Let's open up our HUD. And in here, we create a custom event. And we call this update spell HUD. Let's remove the tick and the pre-construct. We will need the construct later. Now let's go back here for a second. Here, no. Now we get our player character. Like so. Then we cast to our character. Cast to, in my case, it's a top down. You have to cast to whatever character you have. Like so. And we can convert this to a pure cast as well. Because without a player, no inventory, no spell inventory. And then we get HUD reference, the spell HUD reference here. And now from this, we start the event. Update spell HUD. And after we've done that, we return with handled. Let me just turn this around so it doesn't look so crappy. Not cool. Okay, much better. There we go. Now let's go into our game instance. And in here, we create a new function. And we call this add hotkey spell, like so. Now, in here, all we have to do in here is we have to add a boolean, and we call it dummy question mark. Then we expose it on spawn. And of course, you have to make it instance editable / public. And that's it. We want to add 2 inputs. The first one we will call key, and we make it of type integer. And the second one will be spell slot widget, and it will be of type wb underscore spell slot object reference, like so. First, we will have to change the type of our hotbar spells array into wb underscore spell slot object reference, like so. Now let's drag off our spell slot widget input, and we want to get the u object, the spell object, and from that we want to get the spell name. And now we have to check if this spell name is already in our hotbar, because we don't want duplicates. So one way how we could do this is, so first of all, let's duplicate this array here, and we called it hotbar spell strings, like so. And the reason why we're duplicating this is, let me just move this down here, move down. Ah, come on. There we go. All right. The reason why we're doing this is because we could do is like this as well. We could get our hotkey spells here, like so. And then we could do for each loop for each and every one of them. And then we could get the U object here. And then we could get the spell name. And then we could compare them to the spell name that we input. But instead of that, we will just duplicate, or we will just create a duplicate array just for strings. And we will just check if it contains the item. So now we say contains item, and this will be our input item. Let's do a branch here. And if it contains the item, or let's first start with it if it doesn't. We get our hotbar spells, and then we want to add unique, like so. And the input object will be our spell slot widget. Look that up like so. And now we will get our hotkey spell strings, and we want to add unique here as well, like so. And input is our spell name. There we go. Now let's go back to our spell hut, and in here we delete the event, and we will create a function for it. So let's create a new function, and we call this update spell slots. So, and in here we want to pull out all our hotkey spells out of our game instance. So right click here and get game instance. Now we cast to our game instance master, like so, convert to pure cast. Now we drag off here and we say get hotbar spells, like so. Let me rearrange this a little bit. There we go. Now let's create a new variable, And we call this hotbar spells, or maybe better hotkey spells. Okay. We turn this into type of WB underscore spell slot and our object reference. Like this, compile and save. No. Whenever we call our update spell hut, we want to set the just created array to our hotkey spells of our game instance. Oh, yeah, we have to change it to an array. Okay. No, we want to set it to the array that we pull out of our game instance. And the reason why we're doing this is we don't want to store data in our widgets. Like only if it's absolutely necessary, you're better off pulling data from somewhere else. So now we drag off here and we say for each loop. And for each of these elements, we say switch on int. Now we add 10 pins to it. Default value of 1. 6, 8, 9. And we don't need a default pin. All right. Now, each time that for each element, we want to now set the image with set brush from texture, like so. And we plug the image in here. And then we need to say get spell object. And there we get the image like so. And we plug that in. Compile and save. Now this will be the same for all our images, and I will do this off screen, and yeah, I'll be right back in a second. Welcome back. And as you can see, I connected everything to the different images and hooked everything correctly up. Okay. So back in our add hotkey spell, in our game instance, we need to switch these two out, I think. Yeah, because add unique would just add another one, but we just want to set the array element. And that's what we're going to do now. So let's remove that. And let's say set array element like this. Now we plug that in. And the index will be the key that we input. Like so. Let me make this a little bit better. And the element will be our widget here. Okay. Now, let's remove this one here and just copy paste this over. We will use the same node here too. This here. And the name will be, let me just arrange this a little bit better. And the name will be our spell name. Compile, save. All right, now we want to handle the case if the spell is already in our hotbars. In that case, we just want to swap it either out or we want to replace it by a empty background spell. So first we get our hotbar spell strings, and now we do contains item, find item, like so, and we want to find the spell name here, and if we already have the spell in our hotbar, then we want to check if the spell that we input is a dummy, and we drag off and we get dummy, and we plug it in right here. Let's see if I can beautify this a little bit. Whatever. Whatever. All right. Good enough. Now, if we already have the spell in our hotbar and it is not a dummy, we want to swap the spell out. So we drag in both our spell slots here, and from there we do a swap, like so. Oh yeah, the array will be the return of the find, and the second one will be our key. And here we do exactly the same. All right, plug this in here. Okay, compile and save. Now we want to update our HUD whenever we're done here. And we need a reference first. We can get that out of our player. Let's just open up our player, and here on our event begin play, let's just make a little bit of space here. Let's add a new variable in our game instance, and let's call this spell ref, like so, and we make it of type singer and widget blueprint object reference. Compile and save. Let's go back to our player. Here. And all we've got to do in here is we drag off our cast from our game instance, and we say set spell ref, like so. And we use the one that we already have for it. So we drag that in. Here it is, and we plug it in there. Compile, save. Now back in our game instance, we can get our reference here. And now we can say, whoops, now we can say update, or first we have to cast to it, like so. And now we can say update spell HUD as spell hat. Update spell hat. Like so. Now let's plug it in. Now let's take care of the case when it is a dummy spell. So what we're going to do in here is we set array element like so, and we do it 2 times. And as for the target array, we take these two. For our index, we take the key that we input. Let's hook it up here. And for the item, we take our spell name. And here we take our widget, our spell slot widget. Okay. And this should be good enough for now. Now what we're doing in this function is we check if our spell that we input is already in our hotbar, and if that's not the case, we will just add it. But if that's the case, we check if it's a dummy spell, and if not, we just swap it out, and if it is, we do the same stuff as below with set array element. All right. And after that, we just call our spellet and we tell it to update. All right. Now let's go back to our WB spell slots and we can remove this node because we will do it through the game instance. So we get game instance. Now we cast to our game instance master and we convert to pure. And now we can drag off of our game instance and we can say, what have we called it? I think it was, add hotkey spell. So we drag off our game instance here and we say add hotkey spell, like so. Hook that up here. And here we have to turn this into a string. Now from string into int. And we use that for the hotkey. So whatever key we press, we send that to the game instance. And this will be the index of our spell in the array. Okay. And for our spell slot widget input here, we want to get a reference to self because we want to add our self to the array, like so. In here, we will also have to add 10 empty array elements to both of our arrays here, to our hotbar spell arrays. Like so. Just hit the plus button. Oh, and this one we have to clean out first. Let's add 10 here as well. Like so. Okay. Now let's try it out. I hit one and, well, something happens. Let's see. Oh, and a shitload of errors. But they are easy to fix. So let's open up our spellhead. And here we have to add a is valid check. So we only want to go into the switch if our array element is actually valid, which is not the case if we have empty array elements. That's why it was throwing all the errors. And the image has the wrong size, and I think that's because of size to content. In case you have this activated, just deactivate it. After we've done that, for all of our elements here, we can try it again. Let's open the book, hit a spell, hit a button. Yes, it works. The spells light up. And can I swap them as well? Yes, that works as well. And the fireball onto my 3. Now onto the 1. Yes, it works. Very nice. But there's still a problem. The buttons won't get deselected. So I can select them all at once, and if I click them again, they get deselected. So let's fix that next. Yeah. Probably shouldn't be too hard. Let's see. Let's go back into our spell slots here. All right. What we want to do here is, let's see. We want to hide the selection border. If we get the wrong input. And that was not it. Hmm. Here on event focus last, we set it to hidden, but we never actually list for input, but we never actually set the focus in the first place. So from false, we do set focus, like so. Compile and save. Let's see if that fixes it. Yes, it does. All right. Now there's still a problem, and that is that we can't close our spellbook. So let's open up our Spellbook widget here. And let's see. So let's create a new override here on key down. And this time we will listen for the tab key. So get key. And now we do get display name, like so. Now off of here, we want to check if our display name of the key matches with tab. And to do that, okay, we have to turn it into a string first. So let's do that to string. And now we can just ask is equal. Like so. And now we just ask for tab. And if that's not the case, we say handled, just like this. But if it is the case, we want to trigger the close spellbook event in our player. So we get player character. Now we cast to our top-down character. Now, let's go into our player here. And let's call the events close spellbook. Like so. Then we say handled. And if it's wrong, we just say handled. Now let me try this out. All right. It does work. I can open and close it. We will have to modify it later because right now it only works a single time. Like I can close it I can open it once and close it once, but for now it's good enough. Let's just go the spell indicator first. So let's go back here and let's create a new folder. And we call this, or better, let's move it into our blueprints folder. So let's go in here, create a new folder and call this spell indicator. Whoops. Spell indicator. And let's open it up. In here, we want to create a material. And we call this MA underscore spell indicator or indicator material. Like so. And now we open that. And in here, from our base color, we just want a const free. This will be the color of our indicator. Convert to a parameter and call it color. Now let's, yeah, I think blue is right. Now let's change the blend mode to, well, I will go for translucent. You can go for whatever you want in here. Just play a little bit around with the blend modes and see what works best for you. From opacity, we drag off a const and we convert this to a parameter. And we call it opacity. And let's give it a default value of 1. Like so. All right. Now compile and save this. And we can close it down. Now we right click on it and we create a material instance here. Like so. And we call this MI indicator material. Now open it up. And in here we can set our color and our opacity. like so. And the reason why we're creating a material instance is because we don't have to recompile every time when we do a change. And yeah, it's generally a good advice to always do material instances out of your materials. All right. Now let's create the mesh. So we just add a sphere like so. Now let's right click, or let's go to tools, and I merge it like this. There are other ways how you can create static meshes, but that's how I do it. So let's save this one in here and we call this static mesh sphere, or better spell indicator, like this. All right. Now let's open it up. Now let's create a new blueprint vector and we call this spell indicator, like so. Let's open it up. And in here, we want to add a static mesh component. You could also just add a sphere like this and change the material, but we will use the static mesh component. And in here, we will look for a spell indicator mesh that we just created, like so. Let's rename this to spell indicator mesh. And now we have to change the material to our mi underscore spell or indicator material, sorry. There we go. Compile and save this. Now, next, let's take care of let's see. Next, we should take care of our spell head, I think. We want to make it look a little bit better, and we want that if we press 1 while we're in game, we want to select our spell, like the first one in our hotbar. And to do that, we will do the same as in the spell slots widget. So we add a border to the canvas panel, like so, and we drag it over all of our spell slots here. Like so. Now let's set the color to green. And by default, let's set the visibility to hidden. And I'll be right back with you guys if I'm done with them all. After we placed all the borders over our spell icons, we also want to add a background border. So let's add a border here. And let's size it to the correct background. And you can use whatever art or images you have for this. Like, this is completely up to you. For this tutorial, I will only use like a single color, and but feel free to add anything you have in there. I will give you guys a time lapse until I'm done. Next, let's also add a background blur to our border. So just type in background blur up here and drag it on top of our border. Now we can scale down the opacity a little bit of our background border here. Let's rename it first. Just for good measure. And now let's change the opacity, like so. And the background blur will basically, well, just make the background a little bit more blurry so that you cannot straight see through, if that makes sense. Now let's go back to the graph, and here we want to create a new function, and we call this one set selected spell, and this function will be responsible for highlighting the green border, so making it visible and invisible. So here we first add the input, and we call this one hotkey. Now we change it to type integer, and that's good enough for now. Let's go back to our top-down player. And now in here, we want to add a few inputs so that we can press our hotbar spells if we hit 1 to 9. And to do that, we first need to create a few inputs. And they should be in here, yes. So let's go in here and let's just duplicate one of these, like so. Let's rename it to IA underscore hotkey 1. So, and let's duplicate this a few more times here until we have 9. Okay. Now let's save them all. And now we have to add them to our default inputs here. And we do that by hitting the little plus button. Now we select our input action, IA hotkey 1. Now we hit the button that we want, in our case 1. And I will do this off screen for the rest. Welcome back. Now back into our player. In here, we now want to get our just created hotkey events. So let's type in IA underscore, IA underscore hotkey 1. Let me just add them all real quick. Let's create a new variable in here. And we call that active spell, like so, and we turn it into an integer. Maybe active spell key is a little bit better. Now what we want to do here is we want to get our started here. Our active spell key. is greater, whoops, than 0. And if that's the case, we set our active spell key. Now back in here, all we have to do is we check if our active spell is 1, because we pressed 1. And if that's the case, we just call set selected spells, and then we have to set this one to 0, like so. And here we can just plug in our active spell key, like so. And if that's not the case, we set our active spell key to 1, and then we call set selected spell here. There we go. Alright, and I think we can try this out already. Let's put all of this stuff into a function. And to do that, let's just create a pin here, like this, plug it in here too. Alright, now let's select all of these, right click and convert to function. Here. And we call this select spell, like so. Let's add one input with the key that we want. And the key will be 1 because we pressed 1. Let's go in here and hook that up. All right. Let's add a return node here. All right. Now, let's go in our game instance and take a look at its hotbar spells. Okay. So, what we now want to do is we want to cast the correct spell, depending on what in our hotbar slot, what spell object is in our hotbar slot. So to do that, we can get game instance. Now we cast to game instance master, like so. Convert to pure cast again. All right. Now we get hotbar spells, like this. Now we get a copy of array element 1. Oh, whoops, I had caps. Okay. Add 1. Now we get the spell object. And now we will need to get the spell name. And here we will add a switch. Now let's add a pin for every spell that we have. In our case, we have 9. Whoops, sorry. Oh, damn. Right click here and we can remove it. Okay. We need 9. We don't need a default pin. All right. Now what we have to do is we have to, where is it? Copy each of our spell names from our map our spells here, from our, yeah, we have to copy each of these into our switch here. So I will start with the first one with, I think it was Fireball, right? Yes. And I will do the rest off screen. See you in a second. Okay, after we've done that, we want to spawn our spells. But to spawn our spells, we have to create them first, right? So let's create our spells in the blueprint folder. Let's call it spells. And what we will do here is we will just copy paste the spells of the FX variety pack. Just for this tutorial, I will just use 4 spells, but you can add as many as you want. So I will probably go for the water bow. Let's duplicate this. And this one will be our ice ball. There we go. Let's move it over here. Let's see what else we have. Fireball. Let's duplicate this one and call it BP Fireball. Like so. Move it over here. Let's see how this one here looks. Oh, it's a lightning strike. This would be alright for the thunderstruck, but no, I want more kind of a projectile. Thunderball. Ah. Let's rename this to BP Thunderball. And let's get one more. Let's see. Maybe an aura, like magic circle for our magic shield. Let's duplicate this and let's call it BP Magic Shield, like so. All right, let's move it over here. And we will probably have to modify the parent blueprints here slightly. It shouldn't be too much, but we have to modify them slightly. Because I think, if I remember correctly, in the VX variety packs, as soon as the visual effects overlap with something, the whole actor gets destroyed. Or at least the particles get destroyed, and then the spell is effectively gone for us. Alright. So, let's start with the ice ball. Let's open the full blueprint editor, and in here on event begin play, let's remove the parent begin play. Let's first take a look at it. Alright, it already has a hitbox, but the hitbox is a little bit too big. Let's scale it down a little bit. Alright. You can use a sphere here as well. Sphere would be probably better, huh? Whatever. Maybe a little bit up here. Yeah, that should be alright. Okay. Let's go into the event graph again. Now we will also need a blueprint interface to communicate with the spells and with our character. And we do it like this. We right click here, we type in blueprint interface, like so. And let's call this BPI, blueprint interface, spells. Let's open this up and create a new function, and we call this deal damage. We add one input to this, and we say amount, change it to integer, like so. Compile, save, and we're done in here for now. Now let's add, as a matter of fact, let's create another blueprint interface, and we call this one BPI interactions, or BPI spell interactions, like so. In our BPI spells, let's rename this function. We want to put this function in our interaction BPI, not in our spell BPI. So let's rename this, and we call this get owner, like this. Let's remove this, add a new input, and say caster. And it will be of type actor object reference. This will make sense soon, in a moment. Like right now, this would be too confusing to explain why I'm doing this. So now let's open our BPI spell interaction. And in here, we want our deal damage. All right, good. Now, a BPI, a blueprint interface, basically it acts like a messenger. Like you can call this BPI from every other blueprint, and then you can check if another blueprint implements this interface, and if that's the case, you can call this function in the other blueprint. Now, let me show you. in our top-down character, we have to go into class settings, and now we implement the interface BPI interactions, spell interactions, sorry, spell interactions. And now we have a new tab here which says interfaces and a new event which is called deal damage. Now if you right click and implement this event, we will get it inside our player character, and we will work with this in a moment. For now, let's go in our spell and our ice ball, and now we have to add the interface BPI spells to it. There we go. Compile and save. Okay. Maybe. Oh yeah, probably because get owner is already used. Okay, never mind. Let's call this get spellcaster. Or let's let's name it get spellcaster, like so. It doesn't really matter what we name them. Like, you should name them in a way that it makes sense for you, but yeah. And preferably not take stuff that's already in use from the engine. Now this should be better. Yes. Okay, there we go. Now we can right click, get spellcaster, and we implement this event. Now we promote the caster to a variable, and we'll rename it caster, like so. And we're doing this. We should, I just see, we should probably rename this to, let's rename it to set spellcaster. That's better than get, because that's effectively what we're doing with this one. And we're doing this just because of one reason. And that's because we want to disable collision for the guy that casted us. So we, as an ice ball, we don't want to hit the guy that casted us. Now, on our collision box, we have to implement the event on component begin overlap, like so. We check ob the overlapped component, the other actor, sorry, is equal to our caster. To our caster, like so. Let's compile and save this. First of all, let's drag our caster in and right click and convert to validated get. Now, when we overlap something, we check if our caster is valid, and if it's not valid, nothing will happen. And the only reason why our caster will not be valid is because it overlaps before the interface sent its reference. So that means if it's not valid, that just means that the blueprint interface needs a second more to get the reference from our player character. So we could also do this with a like we could disable collision, and then we could delay by one tick, and in this one tick we would get the reference as well. But This way is better, I think. So, all right. After we set this here, we get our. Now, after we checked if it's valid, if it is, we check if it's our caster. And if it is our caster that we hit, we do nothing. But if it isn't, we want to check if the other actor does implement, and whoops, we take from our other actor and we ask oh yeah, there we go. Oh, weird. Does implement interface, and the interface that we give to our characters is, let's see, PPI spell interactions. We could also add a component to it, like so, and we should do this either way because we will need one, an actor component, and we will call this stats component. And in this component, we can just add a few variables, and this can be the stats of our character. Now we could rename this to, this will be our health, this will be our mana. Let's turn this to an integer and this as well. All right. Now let's set a default value. Like by default, we should have 100 HP and 100 mana. There we go. Compile, save. Now if we go back to our character, we can at any time get our stats component, and then we can get health, for example. Now, why are we doing this in a component? It's very easy to replicate code with components. Like you can add this to all your NPCs that you have, to all other players you might have in your game, to anything and everything, and it will always work. So it's always good to put as much as you can into components and functions. All right. Now, back in our ice ball, we could also get other actor, and then we could say get component by class, like so. And then we can ask for the specific component that we created. It was stats, I think. Yes, stats component. And then we could check if this is valid. And if it is, it means that whatever we've hit does have this component in it, which automatically means this will be a character. Like, because only characters will have this stats component, right? This works just as well as does implement interface. Doesn't matter what you use of these two. I like to use components a lot, so I will go for get component by class. All right, let's see. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit tired. I'm doing this all in one take. Hmm. Now, if we hit something and it's not the caster, and it's not, and it does implement the interface or our component, then we can destroy ourselves. But before we do that, we call the BPI that we created. Let's see, what have we called this? Deal damage. Now we call the function deal damage, and the target will be our other actor, the thing that we overlapped with. There we go. All right. Now the amount for this one, we can send our spell object of the spell as well via our set spellcaster function. So let's add another input here of type spell object. And this will be of type u object underscore spell and the object reference. All right. Compile, save. Now we promote this to a variable as well. And just hook it up. Now we can get spell object. Sorry, we can get our spell object here. And now we get damage. And we plug this in right here. Now, you can do this for everything. You could set elements, mana costs, as I said. Matter of fact, I think we have mana costs in our object, right? No. Anyway, let's just add it. Mana, like so. Or better, mana costs. Like so. Let's make it public, compile, save. Now we would also have to set the mana costs in our game instance. If we map all our spells, I'm not going to do this right now, but if you want, just so you know how it goes, how it works. All right. Now what you then could do is you could get mana here, like so, get mana costs, and then you could add another input to our interface, and then you can subtract the mana costs from the mana of our player, for example. Or really whatever you want to do. All right. Now, after we've done that, and as I said, when we try to play this, I think that the parent of this guy that we duplicated it from will annoy us a little bit, but it shouldn't be too bad. Okay. Now that our first spell is done, our ice ball, I would say let's go back to our player. And if we press 1 and we select our spell, and the hotkey spell 1 is the ice bolt, then we will spawn actor from class. Let's split the struct pin here of the spawn transform. And we want to spawn him. Let's see, how do we do this? Let's add an invisible sphere in front of our player. This is a little bit dirty, but this video is already very long. So let's add a sphere, like right here. Let's move it over here, over here. Let's make it a little bit smaller, like so. Maybe a little bit closer. Okay. Now let's compile and save that. Wait, where's my sphere? It's gone. Um, Wait a second. Maybe it's because of this bug here? Because of this error? Yes, yes, yes. Give me a second. Here. We grab our sphere. We get word location, like so. And then we use this one here. Must have a class. Oh yeah, of course. Nice ball. There we go. Now, could I please get my sphere back now? Yes, okay. Thank you. All right. Let's move it a little bit closer and set its visibility to false. Now let's, whoops, go into the collision. Under collision presets, we go to no collision. Okay. This should be sufficient enough for now. All right. So we will also need a boolean here. Let's just add one here. And we call this spell active question mark. Set it to bool, like so. All right. Now, after we selected the spell here, we check for this boolean. If we have a spell active, or better, if we don't have a spell active. No, if we have a spell active, we... Never mind. If we don't have a spell active, we want to set this one to true. And otherwise, we will set it to false. Now, we could probably move this inside our select spell as well. Cut this here, move it in here, and just hook it up like this. Okay. This is because with our keyboards, with our numbers, we only want to make the spells ready. We don't want to fire them. We want to actually fire them with our left mouse button. Let's move this aside here. Okay, let's add a new input mapping. Why? Oh, god damn it. Let's go to input mapping. Let's duplicate this one. Let's call this LMB. Left mouse button. Now we go in here. We add this mapping. Underscore LMB. There we go. Let's open it up. Click this. Set to left mouse button, and we're good. Let's go back to our top-down character and implement the event LMB. So, and when we started it, we want to trigger this. Now, we should also get an event tick here. And in our event tick, we want to check if our spell is active. Okay. And in here, in our select spell function, what we have to do as well is, if our spell is active, we want to spawn actor from class, and we want to spawn our spell indicator. Like so. Now we promote this to a variable. And we hook it up. Like so. For the spawn transform, we take, let's split it up. First, we need to get our player controller. And now we need to get hit results on the cursor by channel. All right. Now, let's break the hit result. And in here, we take our location for our spawn transform location in our spell indicator. All right, let's rename this to spell indicator ref. And let's go back in here. Now, on event tick, if our spell is active, we want to set actor location of our spell indicator to our mouse location. And we get player controller for that. Get player controller. Get mouse position. Oh no, whoops. Get hit result under cursor by channel. Now we break this again, and we only need our location, like so. Now, what we could do is we will always want to have our hit location on the ground. Now, we could manually set this to like if we unplug this and we split this again, and this as well, we can manually set our Z value. And you might have to do this because if you have other objects where your mouse can hover over with collision, they will block the spell indicator from the ground. And to counteract this, you could just let this at 0, and if your ground is perfectly flat, it will give you the spell indicator on the ground, flat ground. So for our tutorial, we don't need this, but just keep this in mind if you ever run into problems. Let's recombine this. Let's recombine this. Now let's take the location, and we're good. All right. Now you should, as a general rule of thumb, you should not put too much stuff on your eventic. And if you do, only put the stuff on it that you can't put somewhere else. Like, for example, if you need to move actors, you pretty much have to do it on the eventic to make it smooth. And yeah, but only use the eventic if you absolutely have to. Never ever should you use the eventic for any coding reasons. Like, there's usually always a better way, like creating a timer or something like this. Really only do this for animations and if you need to move actors. And yeah, all right. So after we've done that, let me just clean this up a little bit. Now, first of all, we will also have to check if there is even an active spell in that slot. But we can do this later as well. For now, just finish this first. So, now, if we press L and B, we have to check if our spell is active. And if that's true, then we want to spawn our spell, add our sphere, we should rename this to maybe spell spawn to spell spawn. Or spell sphere, I guess, is okay too. All right. Now, let's close a few of these things down. In our blueprint ice ball, we will need to add a projectile component. Like so. And in here, you can, well, you can look for yourself. Here are a lot of different sliders, and you can do a lot of stuff in here. Like, you can add bounces to the spells, or You can make them fly super fast or super slow. Like for whatever you need, you can probably find a setting here. So for us, we will just set our initial speed really high and our max speed as well. This is usually hardcore underscaled, so you have to turn this up by a lot to get something good out of it. So let's do that. Compile and save. Now, I think we could already try this out. Let's see. All right. Let's add you to 1. Ah, no, we can't. Oh, well, this one works. Almost. Yeah, this is because we haven't removed the collision on the sphere. And now it basically it gets the hit result on the cursor and it hits itself, and that's why it's incrementing itself over and over. Well, oh, cool. Now we're surfing on it. All right, let's fix that. Um, for that, we need to open our mesh, our spell indicator mesh. And now let's just remove collision. I guess we should better do this in the blueprint. In the details panel, we go for collision. And we say no collision whatsoever. All right. And now let me just add what was the spell that we had? Ice Ball. Was it called Ice Ball? I think it was. Ice Bolt, not Ball. Ice Bolt. Well, whatever. Here it's Ice Bolt, so it's fine. So yes, of course, we have to add this to our learn spells. Oh damn. Like this. Add element. Ice Bolt. Let's remove maybe this one. All right, and let's try it out. Let's open up our book. Let's take the ice bolt. If we hit 1, all right, the indicator is fixed. And now if we hit the left mouse button, oh yes, but it seems like it's falling down super fast. Oh no, I think I know what this is. This is the collision of the parent overlapping with our character. That's what I thought, the FX variety packs. Let me just take a look at it, and I'll be right back in a second when I know what the cause is. Okay, I found where the problem lies, and it's right here under. So you can get here if you take your spell and you open it up, and then you can look for the parent up here. This will bring you to its parent, and in here we have to go to spawn collision FX. And this is exactly what I thought. I already had this models once before, so I knew that there was something like this. What we have to do in here is pretty simple though. We just have to make a little bit of space here. Now we get our player character. Get player character. And if the other actor is equal to our player character, let's cast to our top-down character, like so. And we make this a pure cast. And if they are equal, let's add a branch here. If they are equal, nothing happens. But if not, then we can destroy it. Play the impact FX and then destroy everything. Okay. Oh, wait. Um, okay. All right. Let's try it again. Now we take our ice bolt, put it to 1, close the book again, and if we fire it, it still instantly destroys itself. Let me see why. I will be right back with you guys. I just realized something, and that's that we haven't even finished this one yet, and that's why it's not working. So we're spawning it, but we will also have to call the BPI. The BPI spells. We need to set spellcaster or else this will never work. So we drag off this, we say set spellcaster message, very important, always use the message or it won't work. So we set the spellcaster and the caster, we are ourself. Reference to self, we are the caster, and the spell object is in this case we need to get game instance. Oops. Like so. Then we need to get the hotbar spells. Get hot. What have we called them? First we have to cast. I'm sorry. Cast 2 game instance master. Convert to pure. Now we have to get our hotbar spells. Get hotbar spells like so. Now we need to get a copy of our active spell key. Okay. And there we just get the spell object like so, and we plug this one in right here. Okay. We use this one a lot. We could transform it in a macro, but whatever, not right now. Okay. So, okay. And I think we can try it out like this. see. We add this to our one, and oof, that's a little bit too fast. All right, let's go in here and turn down in our ice ball. Where is it? Here. In our ice ball, we turn our initial speed down like so. And let's put that as max speed as well. Let's try that again. Yes, much better. Very nice. All right. Still a little bit fast, but let's turn it down a little bit more. See. Maybe even a little bit more. All right, this should be okay now. There we go. Much better. Very nice. All right. Next. So, I cleaned up the whole code and I looked all over it, and I actually had to cut out a little part, and we have to redo this. You won't see this later in the recording, but just so you know, we had to heavily cut this part. So, what are we going to do in here? First of all, in our event graph, I created a variable called selection borders. And all this is an array of border. And you can easily get that if you just right click, promote variable, and then you can change this to an array. All right, anyways, all I did on our event construct, I added them all to our selection borders array. That's all I did. All right, in here, oh, the wrong one, sorry. Now, in here, what are we going to do in here? We're gonna drag off this, and first of all, we're gonna add another input to this one, and we call this, let's call it hide selection question mark, like so. We just check if this is the case, and if we want to hide our selection, we just take our selection borders array, then we do a for each loop, and if it's true, we just set all our array elements to hidden. And we do this like this, set visibility like so, plug that in, we set them all to hidden like so. There we go. And now we do the same thing. No, down here we need a switch. Switch on int, plug this in. All right, now we add 8 pins here. Let's start with 1. And we don't need the default pin here, like so. And now we set the visibility to visible, depending on what hotkey we put in. So I will do this off screen. I'll be right back with you guys. All right, welcome back. So as you can see, I just so whenever we call set selected spell, we first ask if we should hide the selection that we put in, so our hotkey, and if no, we go into the switch, and then we look for our key that we gave it, and then we just set that slot visible. And the reason why I'm cutting this is because before this, I had a system where we looped through each of our elements and it went really huge. And I think this is a better solution. All right, so let's see. I have also changed a little bit in our player, but not too much. We will see in a second. Let me just move them all over here. Okay, let's look into our player. Now, in our player, inside our select spell function, I changed a few minor things. So, after our first branch, so first of all, I put comments everywhere. The only things I changed in here was after this branch, I just did our set selected spell, and then we have to hide the selection. After that, we set our active spell key to 0. That's it for this one. After that, we plug this one into the branch, but not this line here. This line goes straight into down here, into this set spell active node. And here, all I changed was so let me just resize this for a second. All right. So if the key that we pressed is not identical to our last pressed key, then we flush our selected selection borders, because that means we press 1 and then we have press 2. That would be one of the cases where we want to do this. So first we flush and we just deselect all our selection borders. Then we set our active spell key, and then we call this function again with our hotkey here to select the correct border. And then we spawn our little spell indicator on the ground. But we will also have to do one more thing here. We only spawn this boy here. Let me... What is this? What are you? You're a spell indicator, F. Where is it? Here. We only spawn it if this one is invalid. Only if it's invalid, because that means it doesn't already exist. All right. And then we have to change one more thing in our event graph. In our LMB, when we hit LMB, I will put this later in a function, but for now I leave it in our event graph. But as soon as we hit LMB, we spawn our spell. Now we have to change one minor thing in here. At the end of this, you just have to set hide selection to true, and that's it. All right, and as you can see, I also connected Thunderbolt to it, just for testing purposes. Let me demonstrate how it looks right now. So if I hit the play button, we're in here. Now we can put our Iceberg to 1, our Thunderball to 2. And now when you close the book, I can press 1, then I press 2. Our selection border stays correct. Our spell indicator as well. It doesn't spawn plenty of them. And now if I fire, it just works. All right. So next, let's see, what are we going to do next? So first of all, let's open our player and let's put all of this into a function. Yeah, why not? Now if I grab all of these, like so, right click, collapse in function. Why? Oh, yeah, of course, without this one. Let's go. And now we call this cast spell. Let's open this up. All right. Now we will have to map all our spells just the same way we did, or better. Let me see. What I actually would like to have is that if I shoot a spell, I would like the spell to follow where I point to with my mouse. So I would say let's do that first. Yeah. And we take care of these errors as well later. Let's see. This one should be really easy. And what we want is that the spell rotates toward our mouse position. We want the spell to go from our spell sphere to our mouse position. And how do we do that? So that's actually not too hard. So we just need to get player controller, like so. Now we get hit result under cursor by channel, like so. Now let's break the hit result here. Now we need our spell sphere. Where is it? Here it is. You should probably still have this in your cast spell. So we get world location. Now we need to subtract our mouse position from our spell sphere to get a direction vector. So now we can use a pretty handy node that does this for us, and this is the find look at rotation. Now let's plug in our location here, and let's put that in our rotation spawn here, and our spawn transform rotation. And for our spawn, we will keep the spell sphere. All right. Now we can try this out. And if we aim at here, yes. All right. But we still have a few bugs here. What's the problem here? This is not the first time this plopped up. This is set spellcaster. This one. Okay. It tries to access hotbar spells. I think let's see. Yeah, it's because we reset here. That's the whole reason. Okay. It's because we set our active spell key here to 0. I think that's the reason though. Wait, let me try something. Our active spell key, when we spawn something, we should subtract this one by 1, and let's try this. Because our active spells, they go from 1 to 9. And the array should start at 0. So, let's see if that fixes it. I hope so. Alright, and no, not at all. It looks like it made it worse. Alright. Alright, welcome back. So, I found the error, and it was just a very small thing. Thing why it would throw us out access none trying to read us, because we reset our active spell key in our select spells function. So I just created a new variable, integer, called it key. And whenever we press a button, we set the key accordingly. And that's all we have to do. Now in our cast spell, we plug the key in here and we're good. Now, all right, so now we have to populate the switch with all our spells. And to do that, I think, yeah, I'm gonna do this off stream, and the setup will be pretty much the same for all our projectile spells, and I will be right back when done. Alright guys, welcome back. I just wanted to show you how you can easily change your spells without having to create everything from scratch again. So just right click one of the, or better, just right click our ice ball and then duplicate it. Now let's rename this to BP Fireball. And let's open it up. Now inside here, we can just click the hit effects and we can change this to Fireball, like so. And here inside the viewport, we can just change the FX to Fireball as well, like so. Let's see. Yes, that looks all right. Okay, now back in our player, as you can see here, I created a new macro for our find look at rotation. And all you have to do is just select everything, right click and collapse to macro. Now, let me change the output. This is the spell sphere location. And this is our rotation to mouse, like so. All right. And I did the same thing for the thing we had on top so that we can get the hotbar spell out of our game instance. So let me move that up here. All right. Output I just called spell object. Now, and for the rest, I just pasted everything. Now, what we still will have to do is we change the blueprints here. This one is fireball. Like so. The second one was thunderball. Like so. And since, let's see, I don't really have a bold animation and FX, I will just use the thunderball here again. Like so. Oh, not the Kai. Sorry. Thunder. This one. There we go. Now, next we have to take care about magic shields and AoEs. They are pretty much similar. Let me show you how they work. So, uh, first let's just add a new variable in our character, and we call this one magic resist. Like so. Make this into an integer. Let me create a new category here. 1 second. References. So all right. Now let's create our magic shield in here. Let's delete all of that stuff. First, we want to implement the interface. BPI, I think it was spells. Yes, that's spellcaster. Implement the event, right click, promote to variable. Same for the spell object. All right. Now, so AoEs and magical shields and stuff like where we have an area of effect act a little bit different than well, projectiles. So what are we doing here? For the magic shield, we have this VFX, and that looks pretty good. Now, for the magic shield, we will make a really simple piece of code because the magic shield doesn't have to do very much. All it should do is give us more magic resist. So on the event begin play, all we've got to do is we have to delay for a tick, or better, we just ask here if the caster is valid, like so. Turn this into a validated get, plug this in, and if our caster is not valid, that means our BPI didn't have the time yet to fetch the reference from our player. So what we do is we say delay until next tick. Or you know what? Actually, we don't even need to do that. We can do that right off here, off this event. So we don't have to do this whole stupid check here. So on event set spellcaster, we set these two, and then we just say, for this we need our BPI, spell interactions. 1 second. There it is. And let's create a new function and call this, oh my, increase, or better, change stat. Now let's add two inputs. One is for the stat name, and we make this a string. And the other one is the amount. And it will be an integer. Now you could add a boolean here too, just so in case you have a spell that damages or changes the stats into the negative, you could add a boolean here, and then you could use that boolean in the player to ask about it. But we can also do this with an integer. I'll show you how in a second. So now we say change stat. Make sure you get the message node. And now what we do is the stat name is magic resist, like so. The amount is, let's say, 10. There we go. And now we need to set as target our caster. All right. And we should be good. Let's see. Now we will also want to attach the spell to our player, but we do that in our player itself. So let's go into our top-down character again. And now on Magic Shield, what we want is we want to spawn the actor, like so. Then we say Magic Shield, VP Magic Shield. Now we do this as well. Now we could have copy pasted all of this. We really need all of this. But at the end, we create a new variable here. Let's promote this one. Or better, let's create a new variable here. And let's call this attached spell reference. Let's make this an actor. Actor object reference. There we go. And I will put it here in our reference category. All right. Now, all we have to do is we get attached spell reference. Or we were better, we set attached spell reference. There we go. To the return of the spawn actor. We want to spawn the actor at our spell sphere, but we want the Z to be at ground level. So let's go for something. Let me split this. There we go. Or better, we just make vector, so it looks better. All right, X and Y should be the same, but Z should be 0. Now we plug that in here. Compile and save. Now let's go to our event tick. Now what we do in here is, here after false, we check if our attached spell reference convert to validated get even exists. And if it does, we set its actor location. Like so. And we set it to our mesh. Get word location, like so, and like so. Now, when the spell runs out, we need to destroy it. So let's add a new function in our BPI. And we call this destroy or trigger destroy attached spell. There we go. We don't need any inputs. And let's go to our character. Now let's implement this event. Like so. And all we've got to do here is we just take our spell reference and we just set it to nothing. This will make it invalid. All right. Now inside our magic shield, where is it? Let me close a few of these. I think I already closed it. All right. Let's see spells. And here's our magic shield. All right. Now, in our magic shield, on our event begin play, we want to set a timer. Set timer by event. Now we create a custom event and we call this one destroy spell. Now we set the time here to 10. You could also, if you had in your U object, let me show you, in your UO spell object, you could add a duration in here. Duration, like so. Make it a float. Make it public and expose on spawn. And then you could just access it. This as well. Now you could, from your spell object, you could get the duration and you could plug that into the timer. Just a side note here for you guys. So now, after 10 seconds, we want to destroy our magic shield again. And to do that, we just have to call the function that we created. Whoops. Event trigger attached spell. Event, trigger attached spell message. There we go. And for our target, we need our caster, which is our player. There we go. And this should work. All right, let me arrange this a little bit. Next, we want to have some AoE spells as well. Now, let's see. What do we have here? In our cast spell, we have Thunderstruck. And Thunderstruck will be a lightning that shoots out from the sky and leaves damage in an area of effect. So let's see if we have a fitting spell in here. I think I saw one earlier, so I think we should have one. I think it was lightning. Hard to say. Yes. Okay. Yeah, we will use the lightning. All right. So let's duplicate this, call this BP lightning. BP lightning. And let's move that over here. In our spells folder. Let's open it up. And there's already code in here that shouldn't affect us too much, though, I think. We'll see. All right. Let me delete all of this stuff here. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to implement the event, the interface. So BPI underscore spells, and we implement set spellcasters. We promote these two to variables as usual, like so. Damn it. There we go. So for this one, we want that after it hits, it should deal damage to all units in a certain area. So area of effect damage. And we do this by adding a collision sphere. Like so. Sphere collision. Then let's scale it up a little bit. Like so. Maybe a little bit bigger. All right. Now, we can also create a little indicator in here so that the player knows which areas are currently under attack. And to do that, we just add a sphere in here, a regular sphere, if I could find it. Sphere here. There we go. Let's scale it up a little bit. Like so. And for the material, we will reuse our indicator material here. We will just create another child, material instance, and we call this mi underscore AOE indicator. Right, and this one, we set its color to red. Something maybe a little bit darker. Deep dark red, something like this. Yeah. And we set the opacity a little bit down to something like 0.7. Let's Let's go for 0.6. Yeah, that's okay, I think. Okay. Now, let's set the material here to our MI AOE indicator, like so. All right, and this looks okay. A little bit up maybe. Okay. All right. Let's go back to the event graph. And in here, we want to say from our event begin play. Let's add a little sequence here, like so. And on 0, we start a timer. Set timer by, let's say function name. Let's set the timer to maybe 0.1 seconds. Now let's create a new custom event on here. And let's call this deal damage. Now let's copy paste the name here into the set timer node. All right. Compile and save. Now, after we've dealt damage, so first we spawn this thing, the thunder from the sky hits the ground, then we wait 0.1 seconds, and then we start dealing damage in our collision sphere. Let me rename this to maybe collision sphere. There we go. Now, after 0.1 seconds, this event gets triggered, and in here we want to deal damage to everything that's inside our collision sphere. So what we can do is we can drag off this. We can get overlapping actors like so. And now we loop through all of these for each loop. Like this. Now we ask it if it implements the interface that we have on our units, or we can also ask for the component, one or the other, both work fine. So we have the interface spell interactions. So what we do is we ask, does implement interface BPI spell interactions? There we go. And if yes, we deal damage. Now, wait a second. We call deal damage, and make sure we get the message. That's why it was the wrong one. So, deal damage to the array element, and the amount we will get from our spell object. So we will get our spell object, just like with the projectiles. Get spell object, get damage, and then we plug that in here. Now, what you could do as well is, let's say, for example, you want that the lightning strike also decreases the player's magic resistance, for example. Then we could also add the other one that we created earlier, the other function here, change stat. So we could call this as well if we wanted to. so. Now let's say we had a resistance that would be electrical resist in our player. Then we could change that by, I don't know, -10, like so. Just in case you want to advance and improve and build upon this further, that's how you do it. This is very modular. You should have no problems to expand this in any way you can think of. All right. Now, after we are done, after we looped through everything that's in the collision sphere, we want to destroy ourselves. Destroy actor. All right, and this is how you do AoE damage. Let me arrange everything here. Now, we might run into smaller troubles because if you remember when we created the projectile spells, we had some tiny little things we had to change inside the parents, but yeah, we will get to that if we have problems. All right, let's see. In our top-down character, we take our Thunderstruck. That's what I want to use for this one. So let's move all of this a little bit up, like so. And for Thunderstruck, let's just copy paste everything here. Move it here, plug it in, and BP lightning. This one. Now, for the spawn location, we want it a little bit different this time. First of all, we don't need a rotation. And for our location, we just want to get our mouse position. So what we do is get player controller, get hit results on the cursor by channel. Now we break this just like we did before. And now we take the location and plug this in. Now whatever our mouse hits, on top of that we will spawn the lightning strike. So this can also be a problem. Let's say, for example, there's like a stone on the ground and your mouse hovers over the stone. This will spawn the lightning strike on top of the stone. If you don't want that, you would have to create a different channel, add this in your project settings, but I think this would break the scope for this tutorial a little bit. It's already really, really long and I really don't want to expand it anymore right now. But maybe in the future I will expand this and turn it into an advanced spell system with different elements that interact with each other. So let's say a water spell um, could make an enemy wet, and then if we hit them with a freeze spell, we could freeze them and stuff like this. Like we can do really cool things with this. All right. Anyhow, um, here in our lightning, let's see if you have the right one. It's the third one, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. So we spawn it at our mouse location, and the rest will be pretty much the same. Yeah. All right. Let's go into our event graph. And in here, we want to implement another event, and that is deal damage. This one, we already have it in here. But we will also, this will be a really simple one. So all we want to do in here is we want to get our health that we don't even have. Okay, let's duplicate this. Let's call this health. Oh, of course, we've put all of these in our actor component. I'm sorry. What we can do is we can get our stats component. Now we get health, like so. And now we can check if health minus the amount of damage that we get, if that is less equal than 0. Whoops, not greater. Less equal, there we go. If this is less equal than 0, this means our player will die. And well, you can add your own code for this here up here. All I'm gonna do is I will just say destroy actor, destroy actor. There we go. If not, we just take our health. Where do we have it here? We take our health. Like so. Then we subtract off it the damage amount, and then we set our health to that. Like so. All right. Let's take a look at the game for a moment and see what still needs to be done. So we want to reset the default pictures. That's one thing. And when we open our book, we pick our spells. This works fine. No, it doesn't. Now it duplicates. Why would it duplicate? It worked earlier. Why would you duplicate now? Let's go into a game instance. And here in our game instance, we want to, on our map all spells, this is after our player spawned and called this event. After we mapped all our spells, we want to update our HUD right away. And let's see. All right, let's do it like this. We drag off our settler and spells. Now we do a for each loop, like so. No, not a for each loop, just a for loop, sorry. Just a for loop, like so. First index will be 1, and last index will be 9, like so. Now, what we do in here? In here, we want to call our add hotkey spell function, but this time we want to give it a dummy spell. Let me down a little bit. So, yeah, but the problem is this add hotkey spell, it only accepts a widget blueprint. So we will have to create a user widget, and then we have to set its uObject inside there. So let's do that. So first, we construct object from class. And first, we want to create the spell object. WB, or better, the spell slot widget, sorry. Here, WB spell slot. Now, what we want to do is we want to get spell object. And now, or no, we want to set spell object. Set spell object like this. And now we want to construct object from class UO underscore spell like so. Now in here, we set this to dummy. Now let's call it dummy, like so. Connect this here. All right, and we want to set this spell object to the return value of this. After we've done that, we want to call add hotkey spell, our function right here. And the key will be our index, and our spell slot widget will be this one. Mm. All right, I would say. Oh, on completed, we have to update our HUD, our spell HUD with this function update spell HUD. Whoops. Okay, weird. I just closed all my blueprints. All right, give me 1 second to close to open them up again. All right, welcome back. So this one will call our update spell HUD, and then it will set all the spells accordingly. Now let's go into a game instance again, and for the spell image, we set the background that I've put into the icons folder. Select that, compile, save, and then let's try it out. So we hit play, and it still doesn't work. Huh, but now it works. Let's see what's the problem here. Oh yeah, of course. After we complete it, we have to, yeah, of course, that's where okay, I'm sorry. After that, we have to call this update spellhead function. And we do this by grabbing our spellhead ref, then we cast to our spellhead, cast to WB spellhead, like so. And if the cast succeeds, we say update spellhead, like so. All right, and this should work now. Compile and save. It still doesn't work. But as soon as I change it, it does. This doesn't make any sense. It seems like this cast fails. So let's just get player character. Whoops. Get player character. And now from this one, we cast to, I'm using the top down. All right, and if that cast succeeds, which it should always, we get our spellhead ref, and then we use that. Let's see. There we go. All right. Now let's set our spells. This to 1, this to 2, this to 3. All right. Now let's try to switch the spells. 1, 2, 3. Now let's put this to 4. U2, 6, 7. Perfect. All right. Now, next. We still have a problem. We can't open our spellbook again after we closed it once. Let's see. Let's fix that first. Like, I can hit tab as much as I want, it won't open it again. So let's take a look at this. Okay, yeah, the problem is in here. Give me a sec. Let's move that down a little bit. So what we're currently doing is we're checking if it exists, and if it does, or better, if it doesn't, we create it, our spellbook, and this part is fine. But if it does exist, we just hide it. And we need to add a little bit more here, because just because it exists doesn't mean it's open. As a matter of fact, we can just use a flip-flop here. Like so. And the first time around, we want to set it hidden. And the second time, we just want to make it invisible, and that's all we do. Set visibility. There we go. Now, this one, here, we have to set the input mode to UI only, like here. And this should, in theory, fix it. Your problem, you need a reference. There you go. All right. We can close it and we can open it. Perfect. All right. I think we are almost done with this. What else could we do? Let's try everything out. If everything works correctly, like we want that. So in our blueprints, whoops, in our spell system, blueprints, let's add a new folder and let's call this dummy, something like this. Open this up. Let's create a new actor in here. And we call this BP underscore dummy. Now let's open this up. Let's add a cube in here. And let's scale it a little bit up. All right. Now let's add the component to it that we created earlier for our character. I think it was stats component. Yes. All right. Let's see. This guy has by default 20 health, and that's all we want to do in here. Now let's add the interface as well, the blueprint interface here. BPI, I think it was spell interactions. Yes. All right, deal damage, let's implement that event. Now we get our health out of our stats component. Now we do the same thing as we did before. We just check if health minus the amount of damage is less equal than 0. And if that's the case, we just want to destroy ourselves. Let's try this out. Let's place him over here. Like so. Doesn't seem like it. Or maybe it doesn't have a proper collision and that's why. Uh, the spell spawns and it seems like it's gone immediately. Let's see why. Oh, there we go. We have an error here. Maybe because it got destroyed before I could have set this or called this blueprint interface. And you can avoid this by just asking if it's valid. And only do this if it is valid. Like so. And if not, we can set our active spell still to 0, like so, or to false. Let's just do it like this. All right. But why does it not deal damage? Of course, because I didn't actually code it. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Let's see. Uh, yeah, here we check if it's, yeah, okay, great. But if it's not 0, we have to actually subtract it, of course. Let's see here, like so. And then we take our health, and we take our amount, we subtract that. Now we set our health to this one. There we go. And here we just want to set our health to 0 before. There we go. Let's see. Let's try it out now. Select the ice ball, right, like this. Now if we hit it twice, it gets destroyed. All right. But I've seen another bug. Only every second time our spell will get selected. You see that? We have to fix this as well. So let's go on to our character and let's see why that happens. It's probably something in our select spell. Okay, I found the error. And the error is in our cast spell function. And at the end of this whole line, after we pressed L and B, and before we destroy the actor, we have to reset our active spell key to 0. Like so. And we have to do this for all our spells. at least for the projectile ones. Like, so what we can do is we can just plug them all up like this. You are what? You are Thunderball? Yes, we want to destroy you as well. And the Fireball as well. All right. What are you? You're a magic shield? Okay, no. All right. And now if we hit play, this should work just fine. Let's see. We can edit if we, whoops, sorry. There's still a breakpoint. And if we hit it and hit it again, yes, it goes away and it lights up just as we want. Awesome. Now let's add a few more spells and let's try to switch focus, and it works. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, perfect. So, first of all, let me go in here. Let me remove these breakpoints. Oh yeah, in case you ever have to debug something, just do this. Like if you're unsure where the problem is, you can just right-click any node, and then you can add a breakpoint like this. Now, whenever your code reaches this point, the engine will stop for you. And let me just demonstrate you for a moment. 1, 2, 3, like this. Now you can, with the buttons here, go one by one, node for node through your code. And this is incredibly useful for debugging. Like if you ever have a problem in your code, just add a few breakpoints everywhere and see what your code does. It's an immense help. All right, anyhow, what I want to do in here is I want to scale this border up here a little bit. It's a little bit too small to the butt. There we go. Like so. Should be all right. Let's try it out. Yeah, this looks all right. Okay. Next. Now we just have to do a few very small things and we are pretty much done. So first of all, we would like to test out all these spells. So in our cast spell function, we want to actually try out our magic shield and our thunder strike. So for the magic shield, there it is. We spawn it at our spell sphere location, but with Z0. We could also just take our character mesh, get world location, and just use this one. I think this one is better. All right. Okay. Now we will also want to set active spell key to 0, but we don't want to destroy the actor because we will attach the magic shield to our character. And we've already set it up, I think. Yeah, here. Let's try it out. So we need our magic shield, should be here. And if we add that to our learned spells array, like so, we should immediately have it in our bar. And I think the other one we used was for our lightning strike. Let's see, what have we called you? BP lightning, right? Yeah. But we actually want I think it was Thunder Strike, the third one. Yes, okay, Thunder Strike. Let's see, Magic Shield, Fire Shield, where's Thunder Strike? Thunderstruck. Like so. Yes, that's correct. Okay. Make sure that all your names fit perfectly or it won't work. So let's try this out and we should have these spells. Yes. Let's try our Magic Shield in our 1 and the Thunderstruck at our 3 or 2. We haven't set our 3 yet. Like so. Let's try our Magic Shield first. And it does what it should. Now we can print out our magic resist too, but I am confident that it's 10. It should be 10. Alright. There we still have a problem. It doesn't destroy itself for some reason. We fix that in a second. Now let's try our Thunderstruck as well. And that doesn't seem to work at all. Wait a second. What's the problem here? In our Thunderstruck, which goes up here, we spawn the actual lightning. Let me try that again, just for good measure. Put this to R1. Now it works. Oh, odd. Not very good. The 0.1 seconds are way too short, but yeah. But, interesting. Of course. Alright, I know why it fails. So first of all, let's go into our lightning here. Where is it? Here. And let's make this timer a lot longer. Let's say 1.5 seconds. Compile and save that, like so. All right, in our magic shield, there we have a problem. It doesn't want to destroy itself. Well, probably because we have to say destroy actor. There we go. Save, that should fix these two issues. Now the problem here is, let me close a few of these. The problem is that we set active spell key 0 here. And let me fix you. There we go. We there's the problem. We just get one, but we just need to get our key, like so, or like so. I just forgot to connect this up. That's all. All right. I think that should fix everything. Let's try. Now we have our Thunderstruck on 1, our Ice Ball on 2. Let's try this. Yeah, looks a little bit better. Now obviously we have to work, maybe decrease the size of the red sphere a little bit, make it a little bit harder to hit, but I hope you can understand what I'm trying to tell you here. Like, this is how you do it. You can modify this however you want. So let's see, and we can fire different spells. All right. What we will also need is, we will need like some place where we can learn spells and add them to our array, to our learn spells. And yeah, let's just do this really quick. That should be the last thing we have to do. All right, let's do that. So I'm gonna just use, I just thought about downloading a model from Quixel, but let's just create a blank actor here. And we call this actor, and I call this one BP underscore learning stone, like so. Let's open this up and let's add a cube or a sphere, whatever you want. Add here any static mesh model that you have that you would like to use, or you can also do this in an NPC that teaches you the spells, or from a book, or whatever you can think of. Let's move this a little bit up. It should be like a floating sphere, like so. Okay. Let's go in the event graph. And all we should do in here is, let's see. We should probably, let's go into a top-down character and add a collision sphere. Or a sphere collision. Like so. Let's scale this up a little bit. Whoops. Let's scale this up a little bit, like so. Let's compile and save. And we call this layer trigger sphere, like so. Or let's just call it trigger sphere. Now we add an event for this one, and we will use the on component begin overlap, like so. Now we check if the other component implements an interface, and we can probably just use our spell interactions interface. Yeah, why not? So let's create a new function in here and call this trigger event, just like that. All right. Now let's add an input here, and let's call this woo, or Let's call this instigator, like so, and make it a actor object reference, like so. Compile, save. Now, let's implement this event into our learning sphere that we created, and to our learning stone, sorry. Class settings, implement event, PPI, spell interactions. Now, the thing is, let's first implement the event here. Trigger event, implement. There we go. Now, the thing is, you can add an interface to two actors. Like you can, I will show you what I mean by that. The thing is, usually you want to have two different blueprint interfaces for different actors, and you don't want to add them on the same actors, if that makes sense somehow. No, it doesn't, I guess. Now let's go into our top-down character, and here on other actor, we just ask, does implement interface, like so. Now we ask for PPI, spell interactions, and if it does, yes, then we call the event right here. Then we call the trigger event, and we do it like so. We drag off here, then we say trigger event. Now for this one, you probably have to disable context sensitive, like so, and then you have to look for the message event. You have to look for the one with the message in brackets. This one. There we go. Make sure you see the little mail symbol on the top right here, or else it won't work. So let's plug in other actor in the target here, and instigator we are the instigator. Get a reference to self. There we go. Now in our learning stone, all we have to do is we get our game instance. Now we cast to it. Convert to a pure cast. All right. And now we just get learned spells, the strings, or better, get all spells. Now let's do a for each loop with a break. And now we loop through this array, like so. We loop through all the spells that we have in the game. And now we just pick a random one out of them. We take the array element and we ask for the spell name, get spell name. And now we will need our get learned spell strings. Or actually, we don't even have to loop through all of them. What we can just do is we can just get all spells. Now we get, or we just get a random array item. And now from this one, we get the spell name, like so. Now we ask if our learned spells already have it inside. So if we already have the spell, contains item, like so. And if it doesn't, we say, what was it called? Trigger event. Disable context sensitive for this one. Let's see the message. There we go. We say trigger event, and as target, we give it the instigator, which is our player. So basically what we're doing, our player calls this learning stone and says, hey, I'm in your range. Please give me a spell. Now our spell stone picks a random array element out of all the spells and it checks if it is already in our learned spells, and if not, it should return it. So we can use the trigger event, yeah, why not? And you can add another input, and we call this, or this is of type uObject spell. You might want to create a new function, maybe, and send it like this. Yeah, let's do that. That's probably a little bit cleaner. So in here, we just say send new spell, like so. Or actually, we don't even have to do this. We can just send it directly to our game instance. So let's go in here. We can delete this one. No, we can just get our game instance and we can say add learned. What have we called it? Let me see. We've called it add new spell. Yes. So we just say add new spell. Let's enable context sensitive again. Or not. Why does it? We have our game instance here. And now we should be able to add new spell. Okay, this is odd. Wait a sec. Add new. Oh. Okay, weird. All right, let's plug that in. On the false, like so. And now let's see. Spellbook, no. And the spell name will be this one. But if we already have the spell, we want another spell. And we do that by just doing this again here. Let's see. Let's just do a for loop. But let's do one with break. Like so, first index 0, last index will be 9. Now let's redo this 9 times. Like so. But if it doesn't contain it, we break. Now you can add any logic what you want in here. I just added now a for loop with 9 iterations because I know we don't have that many spells, but this will probably not work if you add more and more spells, because sooner or later these 9 loops will be gone, right? So what you could do is you could loop through all spells as well, and then only pick the ones that are not learned yet and put them in a different array, and then out of this different array you can pick a random item. There are many different options, there are many different ways how you can do this, but yeah, for this I just go with this. All right, so after we've completed it, we add the new spell like so, and that should do it. Let's try it out. Let's see. Oh, of course we should also add the spell as well, right? Our learning stone here. Like, let's add him right here, like so. And let's look in our spell book. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spells we have already. Now we go here, and it seems like we still only have 5. Why? Let's take a look. Maybe this one is just to it up. Let's see. Yes, it was. There we go. And it works like a charm. We can set this to 2, to 1, this one to 3. Let's close the book. There we go. Perfect. It was just a little bit too wide up. That's all. The player collision sphere couldn't catch it. All right. And I think with that, we're pretty much done. Let me just double check everything. Let's go over everything once more. Now, obviously, you want to connect all of these different buttons here, and you want to just connect them exactly like we did everything else. And the same goes for the cast spells here. I'm just not doing this now with you guys because I think this tutorial is long enough. And hey guys, I was currently in the post-production, and I've seen that we still have a few very minor errors in here, and I want to go over them before we finish this tutorial. Just a few very, very minor things. So first of all, in our learning stone, I changed this completely up. As I said before, now I'm gonna loop through the whole array. 1 second. On event trigger, we do a for each loop on all our spells, and then we do a branch in the loop body, and we ask if our learned spells contains the spell name of our array element here. And if that's not the case, we add a unique to our newly created array of UO spell object. After we completed our for loop, we just call our add new spell with a random item out of our unlearned spells array. That's it for the learning stone. In our player, we will have to change up our magic shield a little bit. So when we start our magic shield, we get our attached spell reference, like so, and we turn this into a validated get. I showed you before how we can do this. And if it is valid, we want to destroy the actor. And if it's not valid, we can just continue, because this means we don't already have one. And here, if it's valid, it means we already have an attached spell, and it depends on you how you want to handle this. But for this tutorial, we will just destroy it and add a new spell. Okay. Furthermore, at the end, I set the attached spell reference like so. All right. In our select spell function, right here, I added this little piece of code, and all I did here was we get the game instance. We've done it plenty of times. From the game, from here we cast to our game instance. Then we get our hotbar spells. Then we get a copy, like so. Get a copy, and the index will be our input key, like so. From there, we get the spell object, and then we ask if it's a dummy. Because if it's a dummy, we don't want to be able to select the spell. Like there was a bug that when I started the game and I pressed 1 without even a spell on my hotbar, it would light up, and we surely don't want that. Okay, and at the end, we have to get our spell indicator reference, like so. Then we have to turn that into a validated get. And as you see, if it's valid, we have to destroy it. And if it's invalid, we can just return. And one last thing, let's go into our event graph. In our spellbook here, after we made it visible, we have to cast to our spellbook with the spellbook href. Like so. And then we have to call the event update spellbook. Let's try it out. We can press the buttons and nothing happens. Now if we add the spells, 1, 2, it works. Let's switch them out for Thunderstruck. Yes. Let's try the magic shield. The spell indicator goes away properly. And if we cast another shield, the first one gets destroyed. Alright, that's it. If you could learn anything, hit the like and subscribe button. See you next time. Bye.